Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome back to my stream. We are live with Unibet action as usual. We got the Comet Nano happening in the top left corner of this 4-screen layout. We got the we got the Dark Matter Nano happening in the upper right corner of the screen, and in the bottom right corner we have the €1 falling star bounty. Unfortunately, the big blank space there in the middle was the Da Vinci free roll that we blew out of earlier today and are no longer in, but we might fill that slot up at some point. Exactly, free bikes and popcorn. I mean, what more can you ask for from this? And you know, public displays of affection, that's a bit of a problem as well. I'm a little bit, just a wee bit too young to have fully experienced the drive-in theater craze over here in North America. By the time I got to driving age, they were pretty much on the decline and, you know, pretty much dead shortly thereafter. I do remember as a kid going, you know, piling up in the car with the family and going to the drive-in and seeing all sorts of weird movies and just it being a very completely unique experience in movie-going experience. By the way, hello Piano. Thank you for stopping in and coming by. I actually kind of kicked this off right at the beginning of a break here, so we don't actually have poker action going on quite yet, but we will be getting that going here shortly. And got some commercials lined up for you later on today. I found a lovely one that ties back to my previous life as a computer system administrator. That's an advertisement from the mid-50s for the UNIVAC 2 computer, where they're highlighting the how fast your payroll is going to be because of the vacuum tubes that are employed by the UNIVAC 2. It's quite a lovely magnetic tape is like the huge quick super fast data input method that they're touting in this ad. It's lovely. So we'll catch that in a bit when we hit the break. Yeah, we're having some fun playing the €1 falling star bounty. Haven't been doing so great in that so far. It's been pretty slow for me. Lost a couple of reasonably big pots. Still got a stack there. I haven't picked up any bounties yet. I'm on a table where I'm the small stack, so it's gonna be a little tough to pick up bounties. I'm gonna have to grind some chips back first, but alrighty, so we're like an hour away from, or we're like a minute away from getting underway once again. Oddly, I'm also in a bit of a political Twitter battle back here in my home country regarding some extremely weird crap that was going on with our Attorney General recently, which I won't get into on the stream because it's political crap and it's you know, whatever. But if you're interested in getting into political weeds of Canadian politics, you can go check out my Twitter feed for the latest fiasco that's been going on. It's very weird. Too long didn't read short version of it is we got people in the country trying to argue that attorney generals making decisions about prosecuting bribery and corruption cases based on political concerns about economic damage that might result from the prosecution of the company. We have people saying that that's a perfectly legitimate thing for an attorney general to do, whereas most people in a place that's ruled by rule of law believe that attorney generals make decisions purely on legal grounds, have no political interference whatsoever. And if they have political interference, it's an oligarchy where your political connections get you above the law and get you shielded from certain aspects of criminal prosecution, and you can basically be above the law. So, anyways, that's a short version, and I won't go into it any further because I don't want to do this up for politics. But my Twitter timeline today is somewhat full of that. Alrighty, so we've been open with queens. We've been shoved on. I think obviously we are just going to put all this in. I really want to be three-handed against them, so cool. So yeah, we're actually doing pretty well in the Comet once again. This is we are in scoring position with 7 places getting paid, and we are 5 of 25 currently. Let's go back over to our main screen. This is the Comet Nano that we're looking at now. This is a little bit easier, I think, for people to watch the. Addy, thank you for dropping by. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. It's been going pretty well the last couple of days. Looks like it's still going pretty well. I'm not doing so great in the dark matter. 16 of 19 in that one. It's really small fields in the nanos today for some reason. There's only like 41 registered in the Comet so far, and there's only 36 registered in the dark matter. So it's kind of interesting. So yeah, we got the Comet Nano running here. We've got the dark matter Nano running here. We have got blank space where the Da Vinci free roll used to be, and we have got Falling Star Bounty running here. Falling Star Bounty I am not doing so great in either. I am quite a bit below start stack, and yeah, we're not doing so hot. Yes, if you don't mind, and it's Piano, it's not going to be. I honestly don't expect you to actually do any serious work for that. It's basically I've seen the way that you interact in Ian's stream and elsewhere, and I would just like you to have a sword beside your name when you talk in my chat, just because that's that makes sense. So if you don't mind, and that also because I also think that you're going to have pretty good judgment about chat and stuff like that if things ever get crazy and I'm unable to keep up with things. I think that people like you. I made Addy a mod as well, just because I think you guys are ones that are going to be able to be good at the top end of my stream. Just kind of be in the voices of reason. I'll probably offer it to a few others of the regulars that come over from Da Vinci and Ian's stream. So I hope you don't mind, and like I say, I don't actually expect you to show up all the time and be here all the time necessarily. And I, for the record, I fully expect and I fully understand if I'm streaming against somebody like Ian, I fully expect all you guys to be overwatching Ian, because I'm in the minor leagues and he's in the major leagues, so I fully expect you guys to be overwatching Ian instead of watching me, or overwatching David play poker instead of watching me. Although I will say that when David's playing other video games, I'm quite happy for you to come watch me play poker if poker's what you're after. going to fold to 9-7 of offsuit in the comment, which you guys I don't think are looking at right now. No, you're not. Yeah, I just folded 9-7 to a positional raise. So I'm still finalizing my stream layout and everything. I think I'm pretty close to having it down now. Looks like shrinking the chat window, probably I need to drop. I think that's probably a little too small now, my chat window, so I think I might need to deal with that a little bit. But yeah, we're getting there. We are getting there. Now that I'm an affiliate, I can actually upload an emote. I haven't done that yet, but I'm gonna try to think about grabbing one over the weekend and or building one over the weekend and upload an emote for it. I put in the raise with the ace jack here. I was gonna say obviously nothing's really obvious in poker, but that's one that's relatively obvious where you're gonna pump it up a bit. So it looks like we've increased to 8 people getting paid in the comment now. $15 up top, because of course we're nowhere near the guarantee. Should have put in a C-bet on that board actually. That was kind of silly of me. We're definitely now putting in our delayed C-bet with the nut club draw. It's pretty easy to, after watching you interact in Ian's stream, it's pretty easy to trust your judgment. Same thing with Addy. Same thing with people like Night Shopper, and people like that. I've been watching interact for a couple of months now, and I can't come up with better people to be considered important members of the stream. So. And the fact that you're collecting swords is a testament to the way you conduct yourself in people's chats, as far as I'm concerned. Actually, I'm curious. One thing I'm curious about. When you guys watch my stream now, do I have a subscribe button up top? I'm not going to push subscriptions at all. I'm not in this to make money. I'm not in this to have. I mean, I obviously don't mind if people want to support Twitch and support me. I'm not gonna object to people. I am all in on the. That's probably a loose all-in shove from such early position, but I've only got 12 big blinds. I've been really inactive. Yeah, I've been really inactive, so I think I'm doing that. Nano Comet. 2 days ago was out in 6th place. That was the day that you took the. That was the day that you took the solar, and actually later on, Ant-Man took down the Gargle Blaster as well. And I felt pretty bad that I wasn't able to make it 3 for 3 and take down the Comet Nano as well, but I ended up busting in 6th on that one. Bit of a. It's actually, I just posted a clip. I just posted some highlights from that stream. And looking back at the end, it was actually a pretty epic blow up for me, I think. I basically lost a bunch of chips in a hand that I was pretty loose in, I think, and didn't really make the right decisions. And then I compounded my bad decisions by shoving a pair of 3s in the immediately next hand and getting called by a pair of sevens and getting busted. So it was not an entirely glorious exit to the tournament. It wasn't one of those things where you go, I mean, it wasn't one of those ones where you look up and go, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna bust there all the time. It's one of those where you go back and look at it and you go, yeah, you didn't really have to go out in sixth in that one. So you can learn something from that. You can learn something from that performance. So. Yeah, and I totally get that, Piano. And like I say, I'm not trying to take audience away from Davich or Ian or Lappin if he comes back and streams, or if Dara ever comes on and streams or anything like that. I'm not trying to take any audience away from those guys at all. And in fact, I'm actually one of the reasons I'm streaming so much now is because alrighty, nice, good to see you. Hopefully we'll hang out in the comment nano together, Addy. I'm just checking. Did you jump home? No, you're not on my table yet, but that's cool. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Yeah. So I really expect, I'm gonna have lower audience numbers when those guys are streaming if I go against them, and I'm probably gonna set my schedule up at least so I don't conflict with Ian. Davich and I do different things. He does cash games. I do tournaments. He also does a lot of the other e-gaming stuff, which I'm might do a little bit of, but it's not going to be the sorts of e-games he plays. It's going to be totally different e-games. I do simulation, open world simulation type games. Not I don't really do first person shooters or role playing or anything like that. So if I do, it'll be something totally different. So I will sometimes compete, well, not compete, but I'll sometimes be on at the same time that he streams. But I'm probably going to make a point of setting my schedule to be on days that Ian isn't streaming. I find it really hard to say Ian. It seems to like roll off his tongue, and with the English accent, it seems to roll off the tongue a little bit easier. But as a Canadian, Ian just sounds wrong. I always want to say Lanny because Lanny sounds much. Lanny for me is a much easier name to say. Ian just doesn't roll off my tongue properly, which is my fault, not anybody else's fault. I mean, he can call himself anything he wants, but it's just it's going to be hard to. Ant-Man, hello, nice to see ya. We were just talking about your Gargle Blaster bit the other day and doing well in that. I'm going to jump in that one later today, I think. So Night Shopper, actually, I was talking with, and I just kind of jumped in and gave Piano Cat her sword because I am that way, and I didn't even bother to ask her. I didn't even bother to ask her permission before I did it. In this case, I will actually ask you if you want to be one of my moderators. As I said before, I don't expect you to be here all the time. I don't expect you to. Yeah, you must have heard. Your ears must have been burning. You must have knew I was going to be talking about you. So you don't have to. You don't have to be here all the time. I don't expect that at all. Just basically, what I'm looking for is people that I've seen elsewhere who I consider to have good judgment and be, very, very level-headed chatters who engage in both the social and the poker side of the game, and they're, so just basically, it's someone where if you're here, you'll be considered one of the top tier of my stream. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna drop that on you now, and I think Ant-Man as well. If you don't mind, I wouldn't mind dropping on you. I have other moderators that may pop back in and come back that used to hang out with me when I was doing the Anything But Hold'em stream. And actually, I've had a few of them pop in and watch the stream a little bit, so it's kind of good. But that'd be a lot of fun, Night Shopper, actually, to do um, to end up on the final table with a bunch of us playing the same tournament. Um, I think that would be that would be a ton of fun. I would also like to get into, and I suppose the size of them makes it. Yeah, I'm obviously you can see I'm playing as Tangeli, so you know what table I'm at. Nice to see you. Although I'm not actually sure. Let me look at some names and see if I don't think you're Shinobi because I played Shinobi the other day and I think we would have said something if you knew we were on tables another day. So you're definitely not Shinobi. I don't think you're Mr. Orky either because I've again that's another person I played against and I just don't see them as Pouring Sun. Are you Pouring Sun? You don't actually have to tell me. In fact, because that's one of the cool things about this game is that we don't necessarily know who people are. And I mean, like I say, I've played against Mr. Orky and Shinobi over the last couple of weeks uh, fairly regularly. But for all I know, I mean, I'm over in the dark matter, and for all I know, Dat Donk in the dark matter and Mr. Orky in Comet are the same person. I have no way of. I mean, it was one of the cool things about Unibat is we have no way of knowing that. So you can be pretty certain if you see Tangeli that you're gonna be seeing the same person every time that plays Tangeli. But it's gonna take people a while to figure out it's me. From they're gonna have to watch the stream fairly regularly to figure out what all my different usernames are. And I've only used 3 of my usernames on stream so far. I think there's 2 that I haven't used while I've been playing on stream so far. So. Anyways, if I have to guess, I'm going to guess your Pouring Sun is the avatar you're playing under right now. Piano Cat. See, Ian sounds fine. I don't have any problem with Ian, but adding the Ian the sort of Y on the end of it just doesn't roll off the Canadian tongue very easily. Um, yeah, nice. Sorry, I'm engaging in my Twitter battle again. Sorry about that, everybody. I was, as I said, I'm in the middle of a bit of a Twitter battle in Canada, political Twitter battle going on with some minutiae of Canadian politics, which I'm sure you guys don't have very little interest in. I'm sure I have a lot more interest in the Brexit debate than you guys have in anything that goes on in Canadian politics, simply because the UK is actually a much more influential country in the world, and what happens in the UK matters a lot more to impacts the politics of Canada a lot more than what happens in Canada impacts the politics of other countries, and I'm completely happy. She might be pouring sun. Yeah, being social is really all that I'm interested in, and I mean basically, if you're able to click on somebody's username who's being abusive and time them out for 180 seconds or whatever, that's really all I'd look for. If you happen to be here and see somebody who's being a dick, and I would totally accept your opinion of who's being a dick. Thank you. Yeah, I was pretty. Oh, Eenie. Yeah, actually, Eenie. That actually is a little bit. That actually is a little bit easier. We have the Eenie Meenie Miny Mo nursery rhyme that I could actually use. That actually works better. Yeah, I don't know. I came up with Tangeli just in a flash one night. I was reading Twitter and I was reading Jennifer Tilley's Twitter feed, and it just hit me. Tangeli, and I'd seen this avatar on other Unibet players, and I was like, that's a Tangeli avatar as well. So what else can you do? It is absolutely in honor of Jennifer Tilley. It is also a silly reference to Jack Tenhand as well. Alrighty, well. Night Shopper now has the power and the sword. Ant-Man as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you for coming by. Thank you for supporting the stream. As I said, I am curious if I actually am curious if you guys see a subscriber label or a subscriber button up at top of my stream now. Now that I'm an affiliate, and as I said, I'm never gonna promote that side of it because I'm not actually in this to make money from streaming, and I'm not in this to turn it into a revenue stream. Particularly, I am honest to God in this because I'm honest to God in this because I think I play better when I'm trying to explain my hands to people than I do when I'm just clicking buttons on my own. Yeah, last thing was that, and then I added Night Shopper and Ant-Man as moderators, which I don't know if you guys can see that or not. No, you probably can't. I don't see it on my other screens either, so you probably can't see it. Got a bit of a hand developing on the Comet table. I mean, I think my queen is going to be good here most of the time. But I also don't think I have any value bets really here. Well, I don't know. I might actually get called by eights. a 9, worse queens. I guess I did have a value bet there. I need to. It's one of the reasons why I need to talk these things through is because if I don't verbalize something like I don't think I have a value bet here as I'm staring at the hand, my brain doesn't seem to click over all of the permutations and combinations of whether or not I actually do have a value bet there or not. So it's one of the reasons I'm here streaming. Bad shape over on the dark matter nano table. We're 9 of 9 with 6 people getting paid, and I have got a pair of 7s which are going in the middle because we got like no big blinds over there. Still haven't managed to pick up a bounty in the falling star. I do have close to a starting stack, but at this point that's only a 10 big blind stack, so I'm pretty much on the trouble. So yeah, we're obviously all in here with 7s and hoping and praying. Hopes and prayers for our 7s. I mean, the advantage of having such small stacks, I get called, oh wow, nice. Nice to get called by the 3s there. Nice to get called by an underpair when you shove with 7s. So we're not back in there, but we're at least alive. We're still the last place. I actually figured this week was going to be a great week to do a bunch of streams in a row, simply because I know that Ian's taken the week off after Sinea to chill with MZ and have some fun, which is what you need to do. This streaming's actually harder work than it looks like. I mean, I know it looks like you just sort of sit here and talk, but it's actually pretty to put on something that's entertaining and to talk, to interact with chat, to play your poker at the same time. It's actually a draining experience. It's like the live poker thing where, from the outside it looks like you're sitting around on a chair all day and it's pretty easy. Cool. Thank you, Night Shopper. Like I say, I don't want you to necessarily, but I was just curious if the button was there. I was just curious if the button was there. I got some inside information. I won't go into too many details about what it is or where it comes from or how I get it, but I've never sort of considered Twitch streaming as a revenue stream that I was ever gonna, get rich off of. It's even the biggest name people. It's a pretty tiny part of their revenue stream. The revenue streams come from a lot of other places. So it is cool to support Twitch because that's where we are, and we need a platform like this to be able to do that. But I mean, the truth is, there's other places. I could be streaming this to YouTube. I could be streaming this to at least a couple of other places that may or may not have as a happier relationship with poker. But I know initially, I can remember back in the day, there was a big debate back when Jay Carver first started streaming poker. There was a huge debate on both sides of the fence, both on the Twitch side and on the poker side, about whether people streaming poker was a good idea, whether Twitch should be promoting gambling on their site from their perspective, and from the poker player's perspective, whether you're giving away too much strategy, whether you're being, there was a lot of it going both ways. Geez, ace 10 under the gun with, I don't think I have a choice with this. I've only got like 6 big blinds, and I think that's too strong to be getting rid of, even under the gun. We came close to laddering once more. We're now no longer the smallest stack on the table, so that's always a nice bonus. Interesting, interesting. Must be, huh? That's got to be a Twitch. That's got to be a Twitch thing in the background. Oh no, Addy. That's gross. So many weird things happen in these nano tournaments, though. I mean, I've sort of gotten to the point where I don't really try to analyze what somebody else was thinking when they were making moves like that because I just don't, I just don't know when we get into those weird hands. So we're up to 11 people getting paid. It looks like, has Unibet made, I know I had to download an update the other day for the Unibet client software. Did they make adjustments in how they calculate their payouts? Because there used to be, it used to be very jumpy with the payouts. It'd be like 6 people would get paid and then 9 people would get paid, but you'd never see 7 or 8 people getting paid. Now I'm seeing it go up much more granularly as players go. We're now 11 people getting paid. Wow, and that's 11 with only 64 people. So they're paying 20% of the field now as well, instead of what used to be 15, I think. Hello, Piano. I see you there on my left now in the comment. I am at risk with my money in the middle on the falling star table. It looked like a good 3-bet shove opportunity. It's not looking so good now when I get called. A small stack was my problem. I didn't really have the full equity when I do that 3-bet shove. Piano Cat is the meat in an Elron. Piano Cat is the meat in an Elron and Night Shopper sandwich. So we're done in the bounty. Didn't take any bounties in that one. Didn't cash. So that was a bit of a. Didn't buy into that one with cash today. Bought into that one with one of my €1 tickets. So it's sort of a loss. It's not really a loss. It's it's one of those things that's a little bit different. So we're done there. We're still fairly rough shape on the dark matter as well. Obviously getting out of the way there, I think. But we're very close to the money on the dark matter, so I need to pay attention to what's going on over there in order to make it through. Oh, that is gross. That is gross, Addy. I hate when those things come up. It's like how do you have quads there? How does anyone have quads there? And I mean it's just one of those spots where it's complete cooler, right? I mean nobody's getting away from those hands. And you're just done like dinner at that point. Well, Piano Cat, if you watch my stream, you know that I actually cash from the last position fairly frequently in these things. So it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility. So we're now on the money bubble in the dark matter. Put in a raise. Under the gun with my suited ace. Nice. So 17% of the field now. Cool. And yeah, it does look like they're doing the payouts in a much more granular way now as well. Where like I say, I never used to see 7 or 8 people getting paid or 11 people getting paid or anything like that. And now, I'm seeing, well, like I say, right now we're 11 people are getting paid here in the comments. So it's a little bit weird. Right. So our under the gun raise. I mean, obviously we can't call off with an ace-8, I don't think. So, oh well. Oh, you guys weren't even watching that hand. You guys were watching the other table I was describing it. I gotta do better with that. So I'm curious how is this mode? I mean, I know I've only got 2 tables running in my 4-table layout, but I'm curious how I'm curious how well you guys can see the tables and the action when I'm in this mode. I actually think it's going to be pretty small, but yeah, I think we should probably just leave that one. I think we should leave that one alone. If we could get Giggle Piglet in here to watch the stream at the same time, I'm sure that we'd get plenty of comments from her regarding the sandwich thing. So we could sort of leave that with her. Oh, that kind of sucks, piano. Oh, so we're in the money. We backed into the money here, and so we're going to shove our 5s without question. Then I was debating whether I wanted to shove them or not. Then I looked and I realized I was in the money. So hey, that's cool. That's very cool. We kind of backed our way. See, again, just because you've got a tiny stack does not mean you're not going to cash in these things, guys. You don't need to go crazy. You don't need to blow up. You don't need to quote unquote try to build chips. What you need to do is make sure that you still have chips in front of you when it gets down to the end. So we min cash the dark matter. And we min cashed the dark matter from basically the last place position for the final 10 spots or so. So yeah, I mean, I think it's I think stack preservation is the order of the day. Alrighty, so I am going to flick back to my other main big screen again because we're only playing one game now, and that does not make sense on the 4-table layout anymore. And with any luck, we can go deep in the comet today. Yeah, My keyboard, my access to my keyboard on my desk is is easy to get to, and the access to my mouse and everything, that part of my desk is clean. Everything around that part of my desk is a complete and utter disaster at all times. I am very much in the a messy desk is a sign of genius camp, not the opposite. A vegetarian cat does sound like a rather unusual creature. Piano. I've actually heard about some vegans. Well, actually, on my TV, it looks better than I thought when it comes up on the four table layout. Yeah, actually, it's not terrible. Cool. Yeah, I've actually heard of some vegans that have tried to turn their actual house cats into vegetarians, and I'm like, guys, that's not a good idea. I mean, I understand your concern for meat and your concern for animals and things like that. I can actually share it to a certain degree. Cats are carnivores. Cats are carnivores. So it's no good for you. Yeah, I think it must depend on. It's going to have to depend on the screen that you're viewing it on. I mean, I watched the replay on my television set, which is it's not a huge size. It's like I think it's a 52-inch, 48-inch, or 52-inch. So not a huge one, but not a tiny screen either. So it's relatively workable on that. But I can guess. I mean, one of the reasons I was asking is because when I'm looking at it on my computer screen in my OBS mode, it's completely unreadable and it's completely unworkable. So when I maximize the window on my TV, it's somewhat workable. But yeah, you're right. It's kind of it's not something I'm going to spend a lot of time on. It'll be something where I jump to that screen to show people what the tournaments I'm focusing on are. And then, yeah, I could definitely do a Darth Vader thing with my. I could definitely do a Darth Vader thing with my vape. It's a fairly old. I should probably get another one. It's fairly old. It actually works fine. But I mean, as you can see, it's like all ratty up from me holding it with my hands and taking off all the paint and stuff. So I probably need a new one at some point. Alrighty, so we got Ace King on the big blind and Shinobi raising into us. I think this is a good 3-bet opportunity. Not least because it's actually Shinobi doing it. I've been playing with Shinobi for the last couple of days, and I'm expecting a shove actually back at me, which we're snapping. Sweet, we bank it out. Bankage. King on the river. What's that? It's the Greenstein -1. King on the river. Okay, no worries, Knight. I should check that one out. I'm actually just starting to follow some of the because of my job with Poker News. I tended to be very much following the Poker Stars and the Party Poker guys for the most part. And again, as Canadian, there's not as much Unibet action going on, so we don't really actually talk much about that. But I'm starting to follow more of them now. I gotta check this. I'm just checking out your YouTube link here now. Sorry for sort of bullying you there, Piano Cat. I wasn't actually bullying you. As you'll see, I had a King Jack when I did that, so it was a decent raise. I wasn't. Yeah, I can see why that reminds you of the vape, Ant-Man. I can see that that one sort of percussion note in the background. I totally get that. That's totally what the vape sounds like. Oh shoot, I didn't even mark down how much I won in the dark matter. How much did we win? 51 cents in the dark matter. We need to put that in our bankroll tracker. It's not a huge win, but any little bit helps. That one's 0.51. We also need to add, although we don't really need to add this one, but we should anyways, just for posterity's sake. The falling star did not cost us any money today because we used a ticket, so it is a 0 buy-in and a 0 return. They're up to 79 players regged in the Comet, which means we've got 15 places getting paid. That's pretty sweet. $12.74 up top now, and a buck for the min cash. I don't know, it's hard for me to justify buying a new vape too when it works 100% perfectly fine, and the only issue is that it's cosmetically kind of crappy looking. I'm like, well, it's not really relevant. So I don't know. There are reasons why I might actually get a new one anyways and retire this one to vape other substances out of now that we're 100% legal in Canada. I'm actually looking at getting some cannabis oil to be vaping out of it as well. But I wouldn't want to mix the nicotine vape and the cannabis vape. So I'd need two machines for that, I think. I definitely recommend it for anybody trying to quit smoking, though. I tried to quit multiple times, used various methods, patches, gum, the pills. Basically, if there was a newfangled scientific way to try to quit smoking, I was there trying it. And nothing stuck, nothing worked. I'd quit like 4 or 5 times and started again. We're well over a year now with the vape, and I'm not even really considering starting smoking again. I do occasionally have a cigarette when I'm at the bar or hanging out with other friends who still smoke. But unlike in the past, that was what got me in trouble in the past. I would quit smoking, and then I'd go to the bar, and I'd go hang out with my buddies when they went out for smoke, and I would have half a smoke, and suddenly I was back smoking again. That's not happening with the vape. I'm going to the bar now. I'll have a cigarette when the guys go out for their smoke. I'll get up the next day and I'll happily go back to my vape without even thinking about going to buy a pack of cigarettes. So I 100% think that whatever else, I'm not silly enough to think that the vape is a healthy solution. I am 100% convinced it's a healthier solution. Flopping trip 5s when you get a free flop with 7-5. um, is very much the healthier solution to how things are going to go. I mean, we could certainly be up against things like Ace-5 here by Mr. Orkey, but again, this is a pre-flop limping situation, so Ace-5 doesn't really seem very likely, and it seems like Mr. Orkey is betting either a 9 or something that hasn't hit the board that's a pair like 4s or 5s or even or 4s or 6s or something like that. So I don't think we're ever going anywhere. I don't think we're raising either because our kicker's not all that hot, and there are straights that are out there and stuff now. And yeah, I just think that the nines and the other pairs are just out there so much that. Yeah, no, I caught it immediately. Piano. As you go through, there's a regular percussion beat in the background that I'm thinking, based on the name, is coming from the motion of a weaving machine. But it sounds exactly like my vape coming through. It's a shh, shh, shh. So I definitely heard it as soon as I started listening. It did well. I shouldn't say as soon as. It did take me a couple of seconds to work out what it was. I kept waiting for a much more industrial sound to come out when I was reading the title, and I wasn't really expecting it to be a piece of music that had this in the background. So. Yeah, just because you invent something doesn't mean you haven't invented something annoying. I do find one of the things I do find interesting about singing voices. This is sort of relevant to the conversation that you guys are in now. But one of the things I find interesting about singing voices is how difficult it is to tell from a singing voice where someone is from. Whereas as soon as they stop singing and start speaking, you can immediately hear their Canadian accent or their British accent or their American accent or their European accent or whatever. But it seems like the act of singing almost removes accents in many ways. And it's very interesting. There's another, actually, singing is a very strange thing that is actually not like talking in a lot of very significant ways. And I obviously don't have all the details because I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I do know I'm a stutterer. I have you'll notice it every once in a while on the stream. I control it pretty well, but when I was younger, I had a very serious stuttering problem. It's something I discovered very early on. Even though I have a horrible singing voice. I can't carry a tune. I have no actual ability to make things sound nice when I sing. I never stutter when I'm singing. And I've heard that from a lot of other people. Mel Tillis was another one that was a very bad stutterer when he spoke. He could never give interviews with people because he stuttered like crazy. Put a microphone in his hand and put some music behind it, have him sing, and he sings perfectly. It's very weird how the brain does things. You only smoke when you smoke. Yeah, I'm sort of the same way. Alrighty, I'm gonna head off on my break real quick. I need to use the washroom, and I will be back. Let's check out the UNIVAC. I'll be back shortly.
numbers and punctuation marks, processing them through its electronic circuits at phenomenal speeds. UNIVAC can compute payrolls electronically, then produce printed checks in a flash. Over 8,000 checks an hour with this high-speed printer. UNIVAC leads the field of electronic computing.
Crunch, quench, munch, quench, lunch, quench, bunch, quench. Meet the great American quencher, Lipton Iced Tea. It has more quench because it has more brisk flavor than other iced teas. Why? The Lipton blend and the flow-through tea bag. It's like getting 2 bags of flavor in one. Look inside. 2 bags of flavor in one. You get that clean, fresh, brisk Lipton flavor. So when you bunch, lunch, munch, crunch, quench with Lipton iced tea, you get more quench because you get more flavor than with other iced teas and less than 2 calories per glass. More people drink it than all other teas combined. Lipton flow-through tea bags or Lipton iced tea mixes. Choose lemon, lime, or mint. Delicious.
Nothing looks and feels so fine as a hair that's got that halo shine. Halo means a glowing sheen, shining bright and close up clean. Try Halo and let yourself glow.
No shampoo says glow like Halo. Halo with the built-in shine.
Try Halo and let yourself glow.
Hey, kids. Let me tell you about something that happened here at the ranch the other afternoon. It was just about dinner time, and Dale and I were just getting back from town. In fact, we were late, and Dale was worrying about making supper, so she jumped right out and hurried inside. And when she got inside the kitchen, she found all the kids making dessert with Jell-O instant pudding. Dale was just as proud as she could be, and they sure whipped that pudding up quick and easy, too. You know, with Jell-O instant pudding, you just empty the package into a bowl that has some cold milk in it, and then you beat it up. There's no trick to it at all. And kids, you just never ate a better tasting dessert anywhere, whether it's butterscotch, vanilla, or chocolate. So ask your mom to get some Jell-O instant puddings for you real soon. And then the next time she's busy, you can have the swellest dessert in the whole world all ready for her. Don't forget the name. It's Jell-O instant puddings. And now, how about singing the Jell-O instant pudding song with us? You ready?
Sure are.
Okay, here we go. Oh, it's never too late to make dessert with Jell-O instant pudding.
So get the busy day dessert.
Jell-O instant pudding.
It's so easy a kid can make dessert
With Jell-O
instant pudding. So get the busy day dessert. Jell-O instant pudding.
Yep, you get some Jell-O instant puddings in all 3 flavors. Vanilla, chocolate, and butterscotch. They're good.
Introducing the Sloppy Joe, a brand new dance. From Libby's, the people who make Sloppy Joes. Just heat and eat. And swing to the beat. Nothing like it anywhere. Get beef or pork. What do kids think of it?
Man, it's the sloppiest. Hey, kids, it's from Kaiser Foil, a Maverick built with a secret money.
Alrighty, we are back. Sorry to cut into the ads there. That Libby's Sloppy Joe dance ad is just like amazing. Yeah, and man, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that's the case, because like I say, it's something I discovered by accident when I was young, but as I did more research into it, I realized there's a lot of other people who have found the same thing, and it's not uncommon for somebody who stutters to be just fine when they sing. In fact, I've never heard of somebody who stutters when they sing. I've only heard of people who stutter when they talk. One of the only ways I can guarantee that I won't stutter when I'm talking is to literally memorize every word of what I'm trying to say, and then say it again. If I'm ever talking out of my head, as I usually do when I'm streaming, then I'm always at risk for falling into a problem with stuttering. One of the reasons I know that it's distracting at times. One of the reasons that there's all the uhs and the ahs and the pauses and stuff in my speech is because that's one of the techniques that I was taught as a young child to be able to control the stutter, because the theory at the time, whether it's true or not, I don't know, the treatment that they devised from the theory seems to have worked, though, so that's good enough for me. Alrighty, so we got Night Shopper here calling behind. I think I'm going to put in a C-bet here. Yeah, I wish that king didn't come. I'm actually thinking that I'm going to lose to an ace here fairly often. But I think there's hands like king, queen, and king, jack and stuff that knight might call on the river, or might call on the flop, and then check back on the 7 turn, which is now just hit on the river and is ahead of my 10s. So that's a really chunky bet. And I mean, I'm guessing that my 10s are usually not good here. So nice hand, Night Shopper. Yeah, that sounds about right for Jello Instant Pudding. It's better now. Yeah, that's Roy Rogers and Dale Evans on that commercial. That was at the time in the 50s. They were just a massive success over here, and they were basically endorsing everything you could possibly think of. Actually, feel kind of bad cutting into those commercials on you guys when you're enjoying them so much. Maybe I should stop playing poker. Maybe I should just start running a stream that runs old commercials for hours at a time. Hey, Mav, welcome. Nice to see you again, Mav. Nice to have you back. Yeah, I'm gonna need to try to get get an emote done up for me here pretty quick, I think. Ah, this hand. This hand. So, I mean, I think the kind of hands that you're going to call behind with here, Night Shopper, are going to be hands with aces in them and hands with like a king, queen, king, jack of spades. That's the spade draw. And in both of those cases, I lose when the river comes. So I think I made the right call here. And you don't have to tell me if I made the right call or not, or, well, the right fold. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm no good in this spot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's weird. I was actually what I was as I was saying before. What I was putting Knight on was either an ace that they call back on the flop or spades. I mean, I don't know. Part of it was I didn't really want to quote unquote hero call against you specifically and get it wrong. Um, so there's part of it was maybe incorrect strategy from that perspective. I shouldn't really care whether it's against you or somebody else. If I think I should hero call, I should get it. But I honestly thought you were ahead of me there. I honestly thought you were going to be on something like king jack, king queen of spades there a lot, or you're going to be on an ace rag. Um, Just an ace. Yeah, I mean that's obviously one of the things that I think too. I mean when you call behind on the um, flop, the two things that make the most sense to me there are um, spades or an ace rag of some sort. But I do think some pocket pairs are going to call there too because I absolutely don't have to have the ace, as you saw. I mean I have the tens there, and obviously don't have to have the ace. But I actually don't think there's going to be a ton of the. That's hard to say. Yes, you are still waiting for a super aggressive game for me for sure. Um, it does. I don't know. I put in a couple spots here where I think I've been that, but that's just not my style. I'm of the style that I think as much about keeping the chips that I have as I do about acquiring new chips. Whereas I think other tournament strategy tends to put the emphasis on acquiring new chips. Which I think is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. And obviously, I mean, one of the things I always have to preface when I talk about this with is I'm not a tournament crusher, right? I mean, I'm not out there crushing the big buy-in events. I'm not out there crushing anything. In fact, I'm doing reasonably well in nano buy-in events on a fun poker site. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, don't necessarily base your poker career on my strategy advice, but I just think in tournament poker, stack preservation is a huge thing, and what that means is that aggression works specifically against that stack preservation model. Aggression works to the stack accumulation, chip accumulation model, and you do have to have a balance. You obviously can't just focus on stack preservation because then you just end up with no stack. But there's a balance to be struck. I'm not convinced that I've struck the right balance at this point. But I'm also not convinced that I'm that far off of it as far as my aggression level is concerned, at least for the levels I'm playing at the moment. So I don't know, you might be waiting for a while for what you consider an aggressive game from me, Mav. It's just not the style of poker I play. Well, I shouldn't say that. I see myself as a tag player, a tight aggressive player. When I have a hand that I'm pretty sure is best, I'm going to be very aggressive with that hand. I feel like I usually am as well. Even in the cases where you're seeing me do things like check call, check call, check call, I'm not doing that because I'm passive. I'm doing that because the person I'm check calling against is somebody I expect to keep putting money in the pot with a worse hand. And I'm doing it because I've seen that behavior from that person in the past, usually. No, there's nothing wrong with hero calling you, Night Shopper. I agree. If I hero call you and I'm right, there's totally nothing wrong with that. If I hero call you and I'm wrong, I'm embarrassed as hell. That's the problem. There are certainly people here who do bluff. As a matter of fact, if you go back through my highlights on my channel, you're going to find a couple of spots where I put in 2 and 3 barrel bluffs that get through, and in other cases they don't. I'm not sure I highlighted the ones that don't necessarily, but yeah, no, there's certainly a few spots. I just think it needs to be timed pretty thoughtfully if you don't want it to turn into a horrible situation. I mean, one of the reasons that I busted the Comet yesterday in 6th is because I tried to run a bluff in a spot, or a semi-bluff in a spot that just didn't. Now that I look back on it, there was just no reason for me to get involved in that hand in the way that I did and lose as many chips as I did, which then put me a little bit on tilt, and I then shoved a small pair on the next hand from early position and just got crushed by another large pair. So. I am someone. I'm just following the discussion going on now in the chat window. I am someone who, in my life away from the poker table, believe in 100% transparency and honesty. I believe in saying what I mean. I believe in saying what I think, and I don't believe in hiding things or obfuscation or trying to lie in order to get ahead. However, as a poker player, part of the game is for me to win chips. And part of the game is that you win chips based on the perceived value of your hand. More often than not, because more often than not, things don't go to showdown. And when things don't go to showdown, in that hand against Night Shopper, the perceived value I had of Knight's hand was that they were either going to have a pair of aces or a pair of kings by the time the river came, which was going to beat my pair of tens, which is why I folded. Now, that may not be the case, and part of poker is Night Shopper recognizing that's what I think they're holding, so they can put in a bet with 7 deuce, and I'm going to think that they're holding an ace or a king at that point and be ahead of me. So that's part of where it is. So, I mean, yeah, bluffing in poker is not only quite nice, it is an integral part of the game. And it is the reason why poker is a game of skill and not a game of chance, because a game of chance is one where you just let the cards decide what's going to happen. Admittedly, the betting rounds and so on mean that there's more involved with how well you know what the odds are going to be with poker than, say, something like roulette. But it's still a game of chance when you just let the cards run out as the cards are going to run out. What makes poker a game of skill is the fact that you can win with the worst hand. No, you're right. I actually probably should. I probably should be playing a queen jack, I think. It also depends on position for a hand like queen jack. Queen jack's much more playable on the button than it is, say, from the small blind. Queen jack is much more playable against as an opening hand than it is to call off with. So yeah, I mean, again, the strength of any two cards varies depending on what else has happened in that hand and what's on the board and what other people are doing. I think, anyways. Sometimes queen jack is a huge hand. Sometimes queen jack is not worth the paper it's printed on. Exactly, Ant-Man. Exactly. I do admit that one of the places where I think my game absolutely needs work is finding more 3-bet spots. I think that probably my biggest leak at this point is calling raises and even limps too much in position. I should be 3-betting more. The sort of corollary to that, I think, is that I also need to have a better handle on my 4-bet range when I get my raises 3-bet. Because when I'm out of position, I actually have a lot of trouble working out what I should be doing when I get 3-bet. Probably shouldn't be saying this when I'm on a table where Night Shopper could be 3-betting me on a regular basis now, but yeah, I mean, situation absolutely is part of, or position is absolutely part of situation, but it's situation that matters. I mean, I can be on the button with a hand that's a great opening range on the button, but when it gets around to me and I'm facing a bet, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet cold shove, there's a lot of hands that I would have opened from the button that I'm pitching in the muck faster than you can possibly imagine at that point, because I just ain't calling off. I'm just not calling off with those hands. So situation matters more than position, because just because you have position doesn't mean you can play your hand. And what makes for a good hand in a certain position depends on what's happened before you as well. Well, I'm sure you do see major mistakes with me, Mav. Like I say, I'm playing low-stakes nano tournaments. Having said that, I'm winning them, and I'm making money in them. So I'm whatever mistakes I'm making are not being exploited by the other players, or they are only mistakes in a GTO sense, and in the sense of the game I'm playing in now, they're actually plus EV moves. My passivity around the bubble is a plus EV move in these games specifically. I know it's not in other games, but I know in these games it is a plus EV move because I consistently make money in these games from stacks that are well out of money positions prior to the bubble. So yeah, I freely admit I don't play GTO optimal. I don't play game theory optimal poker. I probably don't even know what game theory optimal poker is, frankly, because I haven't done enough study on it to actually have a really good handle on how I would play if I did play game theory optimal poker. What I'm playing here specifically is analyzing the games and the situations that I'm in and tailoring my play to be able to exploit those situations. One of the things I've found to exploit the nano buy-in games on Unibet is to be passive around the bubble and watch other people with bigger stacks bust out. Alrighty, so a pair of kings. Obviously, we're opening with that. That will, or a pair of queens. Sorry, the lady kings. This is actually why my other avatar is called Lady Nuts. These are the Lady Nuts as far as I'm concerned. So we're playing the Lady Nuts here, folks. I wonder if I should jump in the Titan. I was thinking of jumping in the Gargle Blaster later. That doesn't start for another 40 minutes or so, though. So, yeah, we're definitely c-betting that flop. Wow, against aces. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. Now we have the pair of kings. Question is now, do I actually want to entice No Limits Fire in behind me with this, or do I want to? Yeah, I think I just want to call behind and see if they want to get involved at the same time. And then we put out the c-bet with our overpair to the board. Well, that's a nice little binkage for us there in the Comet. Fortunately, my kings did not just get cracked there. My queens sort of did. But I got my revenge later. I'm curious to actually see what you guys think of my callback with the kings there, trying to bring No Limits into the pot. I mean, clearly, when an ace comes there, I'm just hating life when I just call there instead of reshoving. But yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see what you guys think about that move when it comes up on stream. I'll get rid of the king deuce or queen deuce, I think. No, and I mean, I actually don't deny. I'm not trying to criticize your criticism of me, Mav. In fact, I'm actually agreeing with your criticism of me that I am too passive of a player in most situations. Um, and it's possible that I could be making better money in these nano events with a more aggressive style. What I know is that the style I've adopted has come from watching what's happened in these events, watching um, my own play bubbling these or coming close to bubbling these tournaments because of overly aggressive play. Um, and so it's specifically an exploitive spot for these situations. And I understand that as I go into other games, other stakes, and other places, I have to adjust that game to other realities. So. Right, so this is the hand I'm curious about. Whether I should have called the flop or whether I should have reshoved the flop. I'm shocked to find that I get called there. Actually, calling me there with the ace 10 just seems really bizarre. But yeah, I know. What the fuck did? How does he call there with ace 10 off? I mean, he's got a gut shot to the straight there. I think he had a gut shot, but I'm just like, thank you for the chips, dude. But that was pretty bizarre, I thought. I sort of see. I mean, I definitely see why he's involved in the pot pre-flop. I don't even know why he's calling me on the flop there, though, frankly. But yeah, weird spots in Unibet for sure. Hello, Wes. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, buddy. We are going deep in the comment. We're not in the money yet, but we're 3 of 28. With 15 players getting paid. And honestly, Mav, I appreciate your comments as well. I mean, I know you're not trying to criticize, and I actually appreciate all the advice that I got here, and I do try to take it all. I do try to take it all into account. Oh, I guess we're not going to be playing together anymore. Well, maybe we still are, Night Shopper, but nope. I guess we're not playing together anymore for a while. I guess you got another table. That's cool. It's easier for both of us to make the final table if we're not actually having to fight with each other for pots. Yes, I suppose when you're playing in the game with me, it's definitely passed for you as well. But if you're just watching me play, then you won't have seen the hand yet when I type in chat, because I'm typing in chat 4 minutes ahead of what you're watching on the screen. So yes, if you're in the game, so obviously Night Shopper had seen that hand in real time, and I could have asked Night Shopper about the hand in real time. But the rest of you guys, unless you're actually watching my table from the client instead of from Twitch, you will. I type from the future, but I'm talking from the past. Streaming with a delay can really be weird as far as getting the chat, the conversation right. I might actually drop mine to 3 minutes instead of 4 minutes. That might actually make things a little bit closer. And I probably don't need 4 minutes on this game. I used to. One of the reasons it's at 4 minutes is because that was what my default was set at when I streamed mixed games. Because you get into some of the draw games and some of the multi-street stud games and things, and you can easily have a hand that takes over 3 minutes. So somebody could be watching the beginning of the hand on stream as they're playing the end of the same hand. I'll pop in. You just listen for the noise and watch out for the police box, and I'll be there. I'll be there, Piano. I'm a huge Doctor Who fan. It's not something that I grew up with. It was not something that we had on, as far as I can recall, on TV when I was a kid in Canada. I came to Doctor Who as a young adult, around age 19 or 20, when I'm gonna get rid of the 10 days. Public broadcasting system in the U.S. started running full episodes of Doctor Who late on Saturday evening, starting at midnight. So when I say full episodes, I mean they take one of the Tom Baker shows, and instead of doing half-hour segments the way it was shown on BBC, they put the whole story together into like a 2.5-hour show. And we'd be able to all sit and watch it on Saturday evening. So I got into it, and Tom Baker was actually no, I lie. Actually, John Pertwee was the doctor that I initially got into. But it was Tom Baker that really sealed me on the deal. So, yeah, Hoddard went to, I saw that today. Hoddard went to a party. In my other life as a Poker News reporter, I made comment about that for Poker News Canada because it's an interesting story with everybody leaving. Yeah, I guess we'll see you at the final table there tonight. Everybody fleeing the ship of Poker Stars, it seems like, lately, and heading to Party Poker. Yeah, that was sort of my thought as well, Eddie. I mean, I sort of couldn't believe that he. It was a little surprising to me that he was there with Ace-10 as well. That was not one of the hands I was thinking that I was going to be facing there. I mean, I thought spades might be something that he gets involved with, but although again pre-flop, yeah, you're right. It does make a whole lot of sense for why he's there when I just flat the shove. I mean, it wasn't a huge shove, but still. Oh, a6. Oh, a6, a6. I think we're going to call behind with that and see what happens on the flop. In position. So we got 7 people to go to the money. I mean, I think I whiffed enough on this flop that I'd probably just get out of the way. And I don't really think it's a spot where I can necessarily put incredible bluffs. So I think at that point my options are raising, which doesn't seem credible to me, or calling behind and hoping to hit an ace. And even when I hit an ace, I'm actually not sure where I am. So. Oh, I see. You heard me say on stream that I was curious what you guys were going to think of this when you saw it, but you didn't see me type in chat a couple of minutes before the hand came on. I understand. I understand the confusion now. Oh yeah, 4-minute delays will do your head in if you're not careful. It's a bit confusing how things go. Um, Ooh, Night Shoppers second in chips. Nice, 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 nice. Got the lobby window up here. We can see pouring sun sitting up there in 902. We don't actually know for a fact that pouring sun and Night Shopper are the same person, although we've had enough evidence now to guess that that may be the case. I don't think you actually confirmed it in chat though. If I'm remembering correctly, the closest you came to confirming it was that I might be pouring sun, which is not actually a confirmation. It is somewhat slightly less than a confirmation. Yes, exactly. So yeah, a couple of little psychological markers I'm looking to push over here pretty quickly. I'm looking to push my max bankroll up over 50 euros. That's a nice little psychological check in the box. And I'm looking to push my total wins up over 100 euros here shortly, which will both happen. The wins is going to happen by default almost eventually. Obviously the max bankroll might not happen for a while, depending on how how much I do the, the sort of straight across thing for a while. Because I mean, poker goes that way. You end up actually you lose most of the time, small little losses, and then you get the one big bank, and then you small little losses, and then the one big bank. So that's just what you gotta expect with poker. So I mean, I could easily see my bankroll going down to 45 again before I bank a big score and end up over 50, possibly. But on the other hand, I could bank the Comet today and add 1274 to it and cap both those numbers by the end of today. So it's pretty easy. I do really like the name Piano Cat, by the way. I find it's Piano Cat 88 especially is quite nice. And I'm assuming the 88 is a reference to the 88 keys on a piano as opposed to the year 1988 is my guess, but I could be wrong with that. Could be a reference to both, in fact. So it could actually be both. But no, I like the name Piano Cat very much. So in the anti-solar, that's actually one where the blinds never go up. It's just that it's a really chunky ante by everybody every hand, right? Am I understanding that right? Yeah, I think you're right. I think I'll drop it to 3 minutes now. It's like I say, it's the 4 minutes is not really relevant anymore, like it used to be. It definitely mattered when I was playing stud games and draw games a lot, but now that I'm just playing no limit hold'em, it's like there's no hand. No hand can ever take 3 minutes, even if everybody, especially on Unibet where there isn't really a big time bank like there is on some of the other sites. Even if you take maximum amount of time on every decision. I mean, maybe if the whole table was in, you might get to a 3 minute hand. If the whole table was in, taking maximum time all the time. But yeah, it's pretty hard to get. It's pretty hard to get to a 3 minute hand here on. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Night Shopper might be pouring sun. We don't actually know for certain, and I'm not willing to put my neck out on the line and say for sure that that's the case. We just have strong suspicions. We just have strong suspicions that Night Shopper and Pouring Sun are very closely located in space and time, shall we say. Officially, you might be Pouring Sun. Well, whoever is Pouring Sun, when I looked last time, they were second in chips, and still a second in chips. So if that's you, Night Shopper, congratulations on having such a nice stack. I would officially declare that it's possible that I also might be pouring sun, but considering that you're seeing me as 10 jelly, that wouldn't really work very well. I think you guys are going to call that bluff, so I'm not going to engage in this. I'm not going to engage in this bluffing contest at this point. It is very much not possible that I am pouring sun, because pouring sun has been playing on a table against the avatar that I'm currently playing on, so that would make things rather difficult and would mean that I was cheating in a very large way if that was the case. So I am definitely not. I will officially declare that I am definitely not pouring sun. I do think it's an interesting aspect of the game, though, here on Unibat, and one that I actually like, that I can actually be playing two different tournaments at the same time as two different personas, and I really quite enjoy that. And I actually do use my personas a little bit with that. I have one persona that's references my free roll challenge, which I tend to use only when I'm playing qualifiers and things like that. And quite often I will use different avatars in different games, especially when I think I'm going to be in a game where there's a couple of guys that I see regularly in all the nanos that I play. So there's been a few times where I've actually tried to set up so that in the Comet I'm playing as Tangeli, and in the Dark Matter I'm playing as Flesh Poppy that time. And it actually seems to work, because they don't actually seem to pay much attention to it's harder to put together two avatars are the same person. I mean, obviously you guys know because you watch me streaming, and anybody who watches me streaming will figure it out. But I don't think I've ever streamed where I've been playing under two different avatars yet. But I do. I have done it quite. I wouldn't say quite a lot, but at least 4 or 5 times intentionally, because I've expected to be up against the same people on two different tournaments, so or similar fields, anyways. Yeah, like I said, I picked the name Tangeli because of, in part, in reference to Jennifer Tilly, who I should point out I don't actually think is a great poker player, particularly necessarily. I don't think she's a bad poker player. In the grand scheme of things, I think that there's a lot of people in the world that she would be a winning poker player against. I don't think that she's in the upper echelons of top cash game players or top tournament players that we talk about necessarily. But she's definitely. But I think as a personality, she's a great addition to any game that you have. She's a great television personality. She brightens up the game. And yeah, I really think, as I say, I mean, I don't think she's the best poker player in the world necessarily. But I think that she's really good for the game. And not because I think she's a bad poker player that gives away money either. That's not the point I'm trying to make. She's good for the game because she's an engaging player who plays well enough to hold her own in most situations, but is also does a lot of the other things at a poker table, like being chatty, like being friendly, like being nice, like telling jokes, like telling stories, that help make poker an engaging thing to watch and be part of. So, alrighty, we're getting another table move. We're down to 18 players in the Comet, 3 to go to the money. We are 5 of 18. It's one of those nano spots where, you know, dude open raises for 70 big blinds. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. I don't know what hand he's supposed to be trying to represent with a 70 big blind shove there from under the gun, but you know, clearly what he's trying to say is I really just want to take down the blinds and antes in this hand. I don't know. And so many times I've seen that happen where somebody does that with just an absurdly sized shove from early position, opening. They get called off by strong hands and quote unquote suck out. Now I know you shouldn't base your strategy on seeing results like that, but the number of times I've seen it and the number of times I've been a victim of bubbling as a result of things like that is one of the reasons why I'm less aggressive at these stages as the bubble approaches, is because I don't want my stack to be crippled in a stupid way. So, you know, don't be stupid is basically the answer. I mean, I think my jack is good here pretty much all the time, and I think I'm just trying to get value out of Voodoo here. I mean, clearly there are times when they've just banked the 9 here and we're in trouble, but I think that we still have to value bet our jack on the end. And I mean, I suppose there's times when he's just banked the 9, but in this situation, given we just saw the open shove, we don't have a choice. Binkage! Hand for hand has ended, and we are in the money, ladies and gentlemen. We are in the money. I'll be curious to see. I'll be curious to hear comments about that hand as well. So please, please, please let me know what you think. I mean, I think I'm obviously losing sometimes to things like the ace jack or a bigger jack, although there's not a lot of bigger jacks out there that aren't being more aggressive pre-flop and on the flop with that, I don't think. But I am occasionally losing to somebody who's called behind, like an ace 9, who's called behind on the flop, and then banks the 9, decides that it's the best hand because he's put me on a 3 or a deuce or something, or just on air, and you know, then gets there on the end. But I still think I always have to call that shove off. I think it's just a case where I just lose money when he has the 9. Alrighty, we are on a break again. I'm gonna set up another slate of commercials, and I'll be back shortly. And yes, I think I will do the Gargle Blaster once we get back from break. So let's go to, what are we gonna do today? Let's do these ads. Alrighty, we'll see you in a bit.
It works wonders when the family gathers at Grandma's for one of those special Sunday dinners.
Your milk nut. They call it milk nut.
Yes. Like the drumstick.
The drumstick.
Bobby, come on, get out from under there. That's your new suit.
And if you get a headache later on, that's when Bayer works wonders. 2 Bayer tablets bring all the pain relief power your headache can use. Bayer is pure aspirin, not just part aspirin. Bayer works wonders.
Friends, go in and see a DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. And when you do, tell him Groucho sent you.
They sure work hard, don't they, Barney? Yeah? I hate to see them work so hard. Yeah, me too. Let's go around back where we can't see them. Gee, we ought to do something, Fred. Okay. How's about taking a nap? Hey, I got a better idea. Let's take a Winston break. That's it. Winston is the one filter cigarette that delivers flavor 20 times a pack. Winston's got that filter blend. Yeah, Fred. Filter blend makes the big taste difference, and only Winston has it up front where it counts. Here, ahead of the pure white filter. Winston packs rich tobaccos specially selected and specially processed for good flavor in filter smoking. Yeah, Barney, Winston tastes good, like a cigarette should.
The Flintstones has been brought to you by Winston, America's best-selling, best-tasting filter cigarette.
Winston tastes good like a cigarette should.
Gillette packs an avalanche of smooth shaving comfort in new Gillette Foamy. Nobody makes a lather like Foamy. So moist, so rich, so creamy. Nobody makes a lather like Gillette.
Out for a ride and wham! A blowout. Is he mad? No use, Sam. Pumping isn't going to help your situation. Here's Sam's and everybody's answer to freedom from flats and extra protection against blowouts. Famous general puncture sealing safety tubes that seal holes automatically, like this. Let you forget flats forever. Give you extra protection against blowouts. And here's real money-saving news. Your General Tire dealer will give you full original price for your present regular tubes, regardless of condition, when traded in on new General Puncture Sealing Safety Tubes. Don't monkey with flats. See your General Tire dealer. Remember, this is a limited offer.
Hello? Anybody home? Martha! What happened? You're on the heel mark shield. The what? The Glowco heel mark shield. Shields against black heel marks. Hi, Mom. Home. See? It shields against Jimmy's black heel marks. All of them? Well, just about. Great.
Here's why. Glowcoat is extra hard. Twice as hard as most other waxes. See? The floor is still shining.
Hey, where you going? I need a shield at my house.
Hard gloss Glowcoat. It shields against black heel marks.
Grape nuts breakfast time.
Good. Crunchy little nuggets bursting with nut sweet flavor.
Well, first we got to exercise them.
Do we have to?
Now, that's our agreement. We got to keep slim and trim. It helps to eat the right kind of foods, like a post-grape nuts breakfast.
I do, honest.
And we got to exercise.
How all?
You want your post-grape nuts?
Barn.
Come on.
A grape nuts breakfast fills you up, not out. 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 Fills you up, not out.
Delicious.
Alrighty, we are back. I came back a little earlier. Hadn't missed any action, but I couldn't cut off Don Knotts there doing his grape nuts commercial. That's just gold stuff. That's why we're here. Oh yes, the Flintstones smoking ads. This is okay. I'm not actually promoting smoking in any way on this stream, but I will show a lot of cigarette ads because I find them just the most astonishing cultural artifacts we have. And especially looking at something like a cartoon like Fred Flintstone, which I understand at the time was more of an adult show than it became later on in time. It became more of a kid's show as it went into reruns and things like that, and as they cut a lot of the more adult stuff out of there. But still, it is just astonishing for me to see this sort of stuff. Cool piano. So we're pretty close to the same. We're not too far off. We're of the same era, anyways. We're of the same generation. So I'm guessing you must have grown up watching William Hartnell and Patrick Troughton doing Doctor Who. It must have sort of been a part of your childhood. It really wasn't over here. We didn't actually see any. There wasn't. It wasn't like a Saturday morning thing. It wasn't like it wasn't like a kids show. It really was something that came around in the 80s, and they started showing late at night as like a young adult party type thing, you know. People would have Doctor Who watching parties and get together and get stoned and watch the show and stuff like that. So it was very much more of an adult. It was very much more of an adult thing when we first started seeing it over here. I'm also a big fan of Red Dwarf. I'm actually a huge fan of British television. The quality of TV on a general basis is like 1,000,000,000% higher than it is over here in North America on a general basis. There's always good and bad. There's always going to be examples of shows, but yeah, I mean just the amount of thought and effort that goes into the comedy and the drama that happens over there. There's Life on Mars, Ashes to Ashes. Of course, there's the Doctor Who's and the Torchwoods, and there's the Red Dwarfs, and there's the Blake Sevens, and there's the Monty Python. I mean, it goes on and it goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And there's just you can't put together. You can pick out specific examples from North America, but you can't put together a package like BBC put together for a bunch of years in the UK. And in general now, even as it's expanded out beyond BBC, other British producers have put together quality work as well. So I'm a real fan of British television, much more so than the North American. Canada does better than the US, I think, generally, but we also have we have weird issues. I don't know. Some of our stuff ends up being more marketable to the outside world, but we really are into navel gazing, and we end up with shows like there's a show called Corner Gas, which Canadians found just utterly hilarious. And I'm thinking that if any non-Canadian tries to watch that show, they're just gonna be as bored as they could possibly be. They might find it occasionally humorous from time to time, but it's gonna be an absurd. It's gonna be an absurd situation where they don't really understand why it's a show. Whereas every Canadian understands in their core what makes Corner Gas a great show. And Canadians are like that with a lot of our art. Actually, there's a band called the Tragically Hip that the lead singer died of cancer about 1.5 years ago. They did a big tour around Canada where it filled up stadiums all over Canada. They did a live simulcast broadcast of their final concert on CBC that in a country of 36 million people had 13 million viewers at the same time. So the band is like a core part of Canadian identity. And outside of Canada, they're barely recognizable, and even the people that do like them, they have musical, they absolutely have musical qualities that music people love with the Tragically Hip. You do not have any comprehension of the lyrics. You do not get the Tragically Hip unless you're infused with Canadian identity from a very early age. I think it's just they're I don't know. It's just one of those things, and Canada does that a lot. We do things where it makes a lot of sense to us, but for the rest of the world, yeah, they're not going to pay much attention. Yep. We're gonna end up final table together. You and me, heads up. You and me, heads up, shopper. Well, I should say me and son, heads up. And if that happens to be you, then that's cool. Yeah, so Patrick Troughton for me was very much a late addition to my Doctor Who. As I said, I was introduced to John Pertwee, and I got into loving the show. Putting in a raise with our got into loving the show in Tom Baker's years, and then I started exploring some of the other, trying to look for some of the other stuff in some of the older stuff, and it was probably, geez, it probably wasn't until the late 90s or early 2000s before I finally got found any Patrick Troughton stuff. So this is an interesting pot. He's going to have ace-queen here sometimes, but I don't really think I can expect him to have ace-queen very often. And I'm actually thinking that he's probably playing smaller pairs than me a fair bit. He's going to be playing ace-king sometimes with that 3-bet. And I think I have to put in a bet when he checks to me on the flop. Because I don't think he has a queen here very often. I think he might have kings and aces, which I can get to fold with that bet, potentially. But I think he's going to have hands that haven't hit that board that he would rather have gotten over with pre-flop a lot. So that's why I put that bet in there. Blake 7 as a nice example of a show. I mean, there's lots of science fiction shows out there that had better production values. And I'll even go so far as to say there's science fiction shows out there that had better writing, better acting than Blake 7 does. You don't find a core cast that tells the story they were given as well as the Blake 7 does. And I think that one of the key things, the way they end, I'm not going to do any spoilers. I mean, I'm sure that there's no spoilers for a TV show that's like 40 years old now. But the way they end Blake 7 was a revelation for me the first time I saw it, and is so much better than what you would than Hollywood would ever have ended that show. It's the only way the show could have ended where it feels honest. But also, as somebody who's watched North American television my whole life, I know in my bones it is not an ending that anyone in North America could have ever written, gotten produced, and gotten shown on television. I respect the hell out of that. Life on Mars is another example of that. There's oh my God, there's an American version of Life on Mars, and there's of course the original UK version of Life on Mars with John Sims just doing a tremendous job in that. The ending of the British version of Life on Mars is perfection. I can't. Again, I'm not going to go into any spoilers on it. If you want to know what I'm talking about, watch the show and figure out. But the way they end Life on Mars in the British version is that they couldn't have found a better way to end it. The way they ended Life on Mars in the American version is the most cliched and hackneyed and obvious solution you could possibly conceive of. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. It is. I mean, I can't stress enough how obvious. Oh shit! I was getting after the Gargle Blaster. I'm going to do that. I got chatting with. The difference is night and day between the British and the American version of that show. So yeah, I mean, it's just there's just so much. I can't say enough about the quality of UK drama and television. Alrighty, we are in the Gargle Blaster now as well. So let's get that up on screen. Let's get Gargle Blaster up on screen. All right, Gargle Blaster Nano, I should say. C-bet my ace king there. So this is the Gargle Blaster Nano. I'm not adverse to having my brain smashed in with a lemon wrapped around a brick. Thank you very much. So, there we have the Gargle Blaster Nano. It's a pretty small field in that one. Oh, hello, Piano. We're on the same table. We are on the same table again. Alrighty, so that must mean that you're Bill's corpse, eh, Ant-Man? Cool. I mean, I could certainly have value bet my ace there on the river. I don't think I'm getting called by any worse hands there, and I think I'm getting called by all the better aces. So it's not. I don't think I make any money with a value bet there, frankly. I think checking behind is my best option there. It is a party at the Gargle Blaster table, ladies and gentlemen. It is a stream party. I bet my second pair here. I can probably get value out of even ace high hands at this point that might decide I was just stabbing at it. Yeah, absolutely. Servalan was amazing. And yeah, I read that she passed away recently. Last year sometime, I think it was. And yeah, no, that was the whole show was just it's one of those shows that I always found Avon to be like super arrogant. I was a Villa fan. I loved Villa. Villa was always Villa was my guy. Villa was 100% my guy. Blake I always found to be a bit pompous. Avon was too arrogant for my taste. But Villa was the, I don't know, I guess that makes me a lovable thief. I don't know. Sorry, shopper. Too bad. Too bad. Are we still at the top of the yeah, you and I are still close to the top of the comment thing though, so we're okay with that. Oh, it's probably a super nitty fold, but I think I'm actually going to fold my. No, I got to see a flop with that. I don't want to 3-bet it, but you got to see a flop with that. The early position raise from Piano Cat is a little bit scary for me. Under the gun 3x is going to represent some strength, and now we've got Ant-Man coming at us both as well, which I think really shrivels up my Jack Queen in the background. Of course, he knows he can bluff me now based on the discussion we had on the previous hand where I had 10s against Night Shopper there. So he knows he can bluff me. So that might be the case. And we would have flopped huge, of course, but, well, huge draws anyways. Yeah, so that's Night Shopper on top of me in the standings. We're second and third in chips in the Comet. Yeah, this is back to the Comet. And of course, I bring you back right at the time when I fold 9-5 and flop 9-5. That's the frustrating part of being a tight player, is watching all those hands that you fold that you could have gotten involved with that would have flopped huge. But again, it's one of those things where you remember when they do much more often than you remember when you fold those hands and they miss. And so it's just one of those hands that moves on, and you go on because it's the way poker's supposed to go. So. I don't know. I figure if you did squeeze there with a weak hand, it's a good spot to squeeze with. And I mean, I feel like my Jack Queen suited shrivels up quite a bit, facing a 3-bet from you there. So, well, facing a 3-bet from the big blind there is problematic, I think, for my hand. I'm really looking for a reasonably cheap flop with that hand, to be honest. So maybe that's the wrong way to think about something like the Jack King, or the Jack Queen suited, but yeah, 3 a month changes things quite a bit from once every 3 months. Yeah, absolutely. Avon was very much the character. Avon was very much a compelling character. I mean, he was definitely, he had the arrogance, but that, if any of you have watched Star Trek Deep Space Nine, I actually, the character of Garrick, the Cardassian spy, Taylor, that's on the station, I actually think he and Avon are like birds of a feather. Avon was such an amoral character. There was no good and evil, really, with Avon. It was good for Avon, bad for Avon. And I see the same thing with the Garrett character in DS9. There is no good and evil. There is no right and wrong. There is no good and bad. There is good for Garrick or Avon, bad for Garrick or Avon. And that's the only sort of moral choices I saw those characters making. And that made, in Avon's case, it makes for, well, in both cases, I think it makes for a fascinating character and a fascinating exploration of how that gets navigated with the rest of the players. Yeah, Paul Darrow's done a bunch of Doctor Who shows as well back in the day, and I quite enjoy his. I've pretty much enjoyed him in everything I've seen him, do. So yeah, I should probably clarify my comment. I think Avon was an incredibly well acted and very well written character as far as that was concerned. I didn't like him on a personal level the way I liked Villa on a personal level. I would hang out with Villa. I would not hang out Avon. It would scare the crap out of me to hang out with Avon. I mean, I'm not going out for beers. I'm not going out for beers with Avon. I don't know if I'm coming home alive. I don't know if I'm getting stuffed in a box at the end. I don't know if we're going to end up in a bar fight. I don't know if he's going to murder a couple of cops on the way home. I mean, I honestly have no fucking clue what Avon's going to do when we go out for beer. Villa and I are going to have a pretty good time when we go for beers. So that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. Nice one, Piano. Go for it in the solar. Take her down. Take her down. Did we lose you out of the gargle, or did you just change tables? But yeah, Avon was a great character in that sense of amorality where, you never really knew what he stood for other than the fact that he stood for Avon. That was, Putting raise with our ace jack here. I also think we got some stream edge happening here because everybody seems to go deep when we're all hanging out together on the stream. So I like that. That's cool. That is very cool. A bit of a hand developing in the gargle. I flop second pair in a raised pot pre-flop that I called from the small blind with my suited connectors. I mean, I do think that I'm probably behind an ace here some of the time. But I think I'm ahead of hands enough to be continuing with that. Hand developing over on the comment table. So is that full raised? I 3-bet on the 3-bet on the big blind, and then he just 4-bet me. So I think I'm going to call behind. And we're going to check raise this flop. I mean, obviously we could be against kings or aces here, so I mean we could be in really rough shape. But I think our queens are best here almost all the time. Except when he's got kings. Except when he's got kings. Well, that feels kind of gross. And that's another hand I'll be interested in comments on. I mean, I predicted early on that I could have been against kings or aces at that point. And I wonder if that feeling with the 4-bet is enough to let me fold queens there, and or to be less aggressive on the flop. I mean, I guess with the way that went, I might have been able to steal it away when the ace came at the end. But I'm not liking that ace any more than he is, really. So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's the way I had to play that hand, but I'll be curious to hear you guys' comments. On it. We got more queens happening, this time over in the Gargle Blaster, so I'm going to put in a 4-bet from the small blind. Or sorry, a 3-bet from the small blind with that. Against, I believe, Ant-Man. I didn't add the Gargle to my bankroll tracker, I don't think. No, I did not. Put in the C-bet here. Oh, really? Really? Lucky river for me there. Lucky river for me there. I actually didn't realize until the chips got shit in my way that I paired up on the river to take that one away from you. Yeah, I hate to be against the king here, but this is the hand coming up here. I'm just seeing that on the screen now. Sweet. Well, good luck in the Gargle as well, Knight. Zatoul's a pretty familiar name. That's the one that I lost that Queen into King hand against, and I've been playing against him the last couple of days, actually quite a bit as well. So, and I did. Part of the reason I was calling there is I did feel like I could trap. I did feel like I could trap him. So I don't know. I sure trapped him. I trapped him into getting a stack in with a better hand than me. Sorry about this one, Ant-Man, but I had to do this one. I'm talking about the Queen's hand against you where you flop the 10-6. Flop the 2-pair with the 10-6. And again, I should probably guess with your action here that you're on 2 pairs. Or a set, possibly. But I'm actually almost expecting you to just call behind there and keep trying to trap me with 2 pair. If you think I'm on a big pair like I am there. So. And of course I get super lucky there on the river when the 3 comes in pairs, but thank you, sir. You too. Like I say, I got lucky on the river, but it's the way it goes. That's poker, right? I'm ahead pre, you're ahead on the flop, I'm ahead on the river. Yeah, I know, it always looks like an overpair. And I also know that's why when you raise me back on the flop there, I feel like you're polarizing yourself to either something like a 2 pair or a set hand on that board, or nothing at all, trying to push me off. So. Knight, that sounds intriguing. You're gonna have to send me a link to that one. I think that sounds like I need to check that out. I'm not a big fan of bachelor type shows, but when you're putting paper bags over their heads and just showing the naked bodies off, that adds a twist to it that might actually make it interesting. It's interesting too with some of the different avatars people choose and different names that people choose. There are times when I think I'm actually finding the same person over and over again. Steve Goldman up here at the top. There used to be a guy that played in a lot of these events under the name Old M, OLDM. Used the same avatar as this guy. And I don't actually have any evidence that I can think of, but I'm convinced it's the same person. I mean, that does seem fair at that point. Although, why 2 and not 4? I don't know, but why they're not all naked, I don't know, but whatever. Need good flop 1-1. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to my Poker Trek stream. We are in the money. In the Comet Nano. 8 of 11 right now. We were right up near the top until we got cooler to Queens and the Kings. Putting in a raise with my Jack 10 and the Gargle Blaster, where I've got a reasonably good stack, but it's also a very fast, fast-paced tournament. So. So we hit that flop pretty hard without actually hitting that flop. It's about as hard as you can hit a flop without actually hitting it. Is the Gargle Blaster a re-entry event, or is it just a freeze out? It's a freeze out. Cool. Okay. Get rid of that. Back over in the Comet, things are not going as good as they were before. Our friend Zetful there took most of our stack away with kings and our queens. Now we're just looking for a hand to get more chips back again. We've been sitting with 11 remaining for a long time in this one. King 3 is probably not the hand I want to go too crazy with here. Looks like the Kingus might be putting himself at risk in this one. Oh, raise and take it. Pick up a small pot. Really be nice to final table this one again. Yesterday it was the dark matter that I cashed in, right? Yeah, I busted the comet yesterday before the money, so. But I cashed in it the previous day by going deep to 6th place. And yeah, got 0 in the falling star. We're still in that one. We're still in that one. Okay. I mean, Queen Jack under the gun. I should probably, I don't know. Again, this is one of those spots where I'm sort of looking to ladder. As much as I'm looking to grab more chips. I'd like to hit the final table and start looking at things from there. So I'm going to be a little bit less aggressive here, I think. For a little bit of time until we hit the final table anyways. I know from Mav's perspective, less aggressive is a terrifying thought for me, but now Queen 10 offsuit is probably something that I want to see cheap flops with when I can. So I'm probably calling off individual raises. Whether I call 3 bets or whether I go more crazy with that is an entirely different question. But pair of 8s on the Gargle Blaster table as well that I put in a raise with. And we flop top set, which is always a nice spot to be in. Try to make the odds a little bit sweeter for them to come in. That was sort of what I was hoping I'd be able to induce from. So this looks like we're going to get a pretty nice pickup from this. And yep, looks like we can get a pretty nice pickup from that one. Binkage! That will put us in first place pretty clearly, I think. In the Gargle Blaster. And I think we're calling with Ace Deuce, and he's sucking out with a bunch of 9s. Although, why did we win that? Hey guys, I've been playing poker for a long time. Sometimes on this site, I can't figure out why I win the pot. So oh, I get the straight. I get the straight on the river. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. That was a bit of a dirty, but then again, you know, he has 2 9s on the flop, or dirty, so. I think maybe for my emote, I think I need to make a binkage emote. Binkage. So yeah, in the Gargle Blaster, we have almost 20,000 more chips than anybody else. So doing okay there. Y'all should be really happy that I'm quick enough to get to my mute button before I drop one of those sneezes on the stream, because you think Eni gets loud from time to time. Those streams will blow your eardrums out, or those sneezes there will blow your eardrums out. Oh no! Oh no! That's terrible, piano. I hate that when the crash when you get crashed out. So there's an example of how you can hit a flop really hard by hitting the flop. We saw one earlier where you hit a flop really hard by missing it. This is one where you hit the flop really hard by hitting it. So pretty happy to just call behind here with top pair and the club draw. And we're pretty happy to call this off when they shove here. So, I mean, obviously we're getting the run good in the Gargle Blaster. There's very little question about that. But I'm gonna raise with my king queen on the Comet table, and we get called by Zetful, who's the one that took our stack earlier. Nice one, Addy. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Put in a raise with my second pair here, I think. And we are done in the Comet. We are finished in 11th position in the Comet. I mean, I think I got it in right there. I almost folded out, but I figured he's doing that with heart draws fairly often. So yeah, I think we go. Yes, thank you, Ant. I had to go back and check that out to figure out how I made that wheel, but I was totally not expecting when he hits 2 nines on the flop there. I've pretty much moved on to the next hand at that point, right? So. Alrighty, so we put 109 onto the bankroll from the Comet. And we are now only playing the Gargle Blaster, which we have the massive chip lead in. In part because I think we've made a couple good plays along the way, but we've also had the fucking run good like you wouldn't believe in this tournament. I mean, we're just we flop 2 pair against somebody who flops a flush draw, and then when they hit their flush on the turn, it's also our full house card. I mean, that's the kind of run good I've been getting in the Gargle Blaster today, which is always nice to have from time to time. That's exactly the kind of run good I've been getting in the Gargle Blaster today. Get out of the way with Jack 9. I mean, I'd definitely be getting the run good here in the Gargle Blaster without question. This is one I'm not too sure about. Just playing up on here now. When he reshoves here, I'm thinking that he's going to be on the heart draws a lot, and I'm thinking that I'm ahead. But yeah. Yeah, I'm not terribly unhappy with that spot. I think that's just one of those spots where it's poker, man. It's poker. You know, get the queens in against the kings, and then, you know, we get it in there, and I'm what, 60-40, 65-35 on that flop, something like that. I mean, I'm obviously ahead, but I'm not a huge. I might not actually, with his straight and flush draws, I might not even actually be ahead on that flop. Even it might be a lot closer than that. Even I have to plug that into some numbers and see. But he's got a lot of cards he can hit to get ahead of me on that flop. Still, that's 2 out of 3 days that I've cashed the Comet. Comet Nano, of course. That is 2 out of 3 days, or 3 out of 3 days that I've cashed the Dark Matter. Yes, that's 3 of 3 days that I've cashed the Dark Matter. 2 of 3 days that I've cashed the Comet. So that's been a pretty good couple of days on the stream. And we are so close, ladies and gentlemen, to pushing over $50 on our max bankroll. $49.73 now. Alrighty, time for a break. I'm going to send you off to some more commercials, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
This week, you can clean all your kitchen linoleum in the time it used to take to clean this small patch of linoleum. Yes, in half the time and with half the work of soap or newest detergent. How? With new Spick and Span. Thanks to Spick and Span's amazing cleaning power, the mop or cloth need only be damp. Then once over, no going back a second time to rinse and a third time to wipe dry. See? Dirt, grease, even heel marks vanish. Just once over, and linoleum dries instantly, gleaming clean, ready to walk on or wax. You can replace the furniture the minute you're through. Remember, just once over lightly with new Spick and Span. No rinsing, no wiping, once over. It's grand.
This bright, sparkling half-ounce of aluminum is part of our Christmas card. It is a symbol of the thousands of products of Alcoa aluminum that make for better living. In your homes, on your farms, even at this very moment bringing your families back home for Christmas. It is also a symbol of the tons of aluminum being used overseas to defend our way of life, to fight, to fly, to eat turkey 7,000 miles away. This, then, is just a tiny part of the ever-growing supply of aluminum that is being produced at Alcoa plants this Yuletide Sunday, every day and every night, 7 days a week. To you and to Americans everywhere who pray above all else for peace on earth, goodwill toward men, the 50,000 men and women of Alcoa want to say, we add our prayers for peace and Merry Christmas.
Little Jack Horner had a plum on his thumb till the gang got Snickers and offered him some.
If you like peanuts and chocolate too, then Snickers is the bar for you.
Yes, for you, for everybody who craves good candy, a Snickers candy bar has everything everybody likes. Inside, a fluffy nougat flavored with peanut butter and malted milk. Then a creamy golden caramel layer with lots of fresh, whole Virginia peanuts. And covered all over with pure milk chocolate. Boy, what a bar. Buy Snickers one at a time, 6 at a time in the popular 6-pack, and it won't be long till you'll want to buy Snickers candy bars by the box, like this. When you crave peanuts and chocolate too, ask for Snickers. Good? We'll ask Jack. Now from his corner, Jack says, hooray! I'm going to stick to Snickers starting today.
If you like peanuts and chocolate too, then Snickers is the bar for you.
In summertime, at dessert time, try Jell-O Instant Pudding, the perfect dessert for hot, busy days. All you do is just add them to milk and beat them up. That's it. Almost at once, Jell-O Instant Puddings are ready to eat. So creamy, so cool, so delicious. So quick and easy, even children can make them in just the wink of an eye. Stock up with a terrific new busy day dessert. New Jell-O Instant Pudding.
And we're back. I'm here with Ace Queen. I think I'm putting in a raise with on the big blind. I think he needs to have a 9. I think he can be doing this with a lot of ace hands. Doing this with hearts. It's probably a really loose call at this point, but that's a pretty gross spot. That's a pretty gross spot. Not very happy with that. Not sure how he shows up with a 5 there, frankly, but especially not with 3-5 there, but calling my raise off. And I'm still the massive chip leader in the tournament, but I mean, there's no way you should be calling pre-flop there. Yeah, I mean, that's just an absurd hand. There's just no reason for that to have gone that way. Of course, there's no reason for me to have called, but right, that makes sense, that man. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sure the thing. I do not show for any products, and I'm absolutely not airing these commercials as a commercial. As commercials, I'm airing them as bits of art from a time past, bits of not even art, bits of history, bits of pieces of time from times past. Still a little steamed over that ace queen against 3-5 hand, to be honest. Oh, this is probably an example of me being too loose, folding, or too passive, folding out ace-5, or folding out low bottom pair there, but I've fallen down to second place in the chips now. Yeah, I suppose shoving pre there, it just felt like I had, I don't know, I feel weird shoving a huge stack like that. I don't know. I just I I suppose just putting in a raise there gives him the chance to call off and see if he hits the flop. But it strikes me that I actually want him doing that with 5-3 and giving me that extra money rather than me pushing him off the pot pre-flop and not being able to take that extra raise money that he called me with on the pre-flop. Now, obviously, in that case, it didn't work out because he hit and went absurdly crazy with a little pair. But I still think in the long run, I'm probably making more money in that situation by raising and getting him to call me light in that spot. I think, which is what happened, right? You know, sure, I lose the hand when he overplays the flop pair there, but I mean, he's making a lot of assumptions to make that play the way he did. He's making assumptions that I don't have an overpair to the board. He's making an assumption that I don't have a 9. He's making the assumption that I'm going to think he has a 9. Oh, hey, Knight, I see you now. Yeah, I see you. I didn't notice you until now. I see you now. Registration's closed in this one now. I think late registration. I think we're still allowing. No, even late. Yeah, everything's closed. Everything's closed now. So, cool. Yeah, I'm still not unhappy with our spot. We got 44 big blinds, third of 29. This is a really fast-paced tournament, and the structure is going up really fast. So we'll, you know, people are going to be getting their chips in pretty freely over the next little while, I think. And we're going to see quite a few bust outs. Unlike Eni, you'll probably never see me without my goatee. If you actually go to my Facebook page and you look back on my timeline, a couple of weeks, couple of months, you might actually see, because I did actually shave it off recently, and I do it about once every 5 years. I shave my face just to remind myself why I have facial hair, and I immediately grow it back again. So. Yeah, I suppose I see what you mean, Ant-Man. So it I don't know. It feels weird to me to shove such a big stack in those spots. I need to get that out of my head. I need to stop thinking about that, especially in these games because I see so many people doing it. in these games. Wow, we get a walk with the ace queen. How unlikely and unfortunate is that? Well, I'm gonna have to put in the raise against you here, Shopper. And it's a pretty good flop for our hand. Well, I'm sorry about this, Shopper, but unfortunately, I'm going to have to call you off here. I should probably have played that king 9, but $23 remaining, 14 to go to the money. Min cash isn't quite 2x buy-in. It's 35-cent buy-in in this one. Yeah, 35-cent buy-in. Min cash 68. Not terrible. I mean, I actually think if you shove that pre-flop against my raise, I might fold the ace-jack there, actually. Yeah, I got the comment. It's just such a deep event. I think it's like 3:15 where I am now, 3:15 in the afternoon, and I think the few times that I've gone really deep in the comet, into like Final Four, it's been like late 4, early 5 o'clock. Get out of the way with my queen 7 out of position. Definitely getting the run good in the gargle, though, for sure. Yeah, take it down for me. Take down the comet for me there, Shopper. I couldn't do it, so you have to. Just a friendly raise with the ace-jack, yep. Suited ace-jack. And, of course, just the c-bet with the 2 pair. I mean, there's not much any there's nothing either of us could have done about that. That's just poker, right? I mean, there are spots there where the flop comes with an ace and a 3 and no jack, and I'm the one that doubles you up instead of me taking your stack. So that's just the way it goes. I think that is definitely just one of those poker spots that is unfortunate for one side and fortunate for the other side, and I happen to be on the fortunate side for it that time. I happen to be on the fortunate side. I could definitely take this one down. I am getting the run good for sure. Of course, in this sort of format, we're going to be getting chips in the middle on a fairly liberal basis, so the size of my stack could be varying a fair amount on this one, I think. It's like in the comment. I mean, I was doing great in the comment until I wasn't, right? And so this one could be the same way, but I mean, I also think as given my play style, I'm going to generally be fairly. I'm less likely to be the one to blow up. Thank you, Atman. I kind of thought. I mean, King 9. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. King 9 is not my favorite hand. There are so many ways that you can think you've hit a great hand with King 9, and then just have people be better than you. There's very few flops that you flop the nuts on. And no matter how good the hand you flop is, somebody could have flopped better than you. It's as simple as that. So King 9 is not at all my favorite hand. Straight flushes. Yeah, we're getting all sorts of hands showing up on Twitch today. Addy's getting quads all over the place. Well, Addy's getting crushed by quads and getting quads all over the place. A straight flush just got posted. And here we are just running along with our normal little hands where we turn the boat on the same card that the other player turns the flush. So we're 13 away from the money in the Gargle Blaster. 9 people getting paid, it looks like, in that one. We're pretty comfortably in second place. Next stack down is it's like 11,000 less than us, so we're relatively comfortably in second. This is an interesting hand developing here. I don't feel like anyone is going to have clubs here very often, but go, 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 Addie. Take her down. Take her down. The Abyss is another one. I haven't played either version of the Abyss. I've about the only tournament that I've played on a regular basis that has the rebuy add-on format is the Titan. It is most of the other ones, when I start to add up what it's going to come to when I put in 3 or 4 bullets and then do the add-on, I'm just not as they're a little bit higher than what I want to play. But I'm starting to move into areas where I think I'm probably going to start looking at things like the Abyss and so on. I do like the format of those kinds of tournaments. And I mean, the truth is, my performance in the Titan, I'd have to run through and do exact figures, but I'm positive I'm up on the Titan. I just folded the flop set on this one, which I probably shouldn't do, but small blind pair of 4 is not exactly my favorite spot. Pair of 9s and the button, on the other hand, is much, much, much closer to my favorite spot. Much, much closer. Alrighty, we're taking Ant-Man's advice. And we hit the set. Definitely getting the run good in the Gargle Blast, no question about that. You know, obviously that was a race and we won a race, so not a big deal. That's poker, you know. Race is race. But, you know, when you win the race by going behind on the flop and then turning the set, it's an example of, you know, having the run good going for you, I think. So that puts us as a clear chip leader by a good chunk, I'm guessing. Yeah, by like 13,000 chips now. We're in the front, so. $6.10 would definitely be a nice add to the bankroll. Any cash in this will bump us up over 50 euros in the bankroll, which is not doesn't really make a significant difference in actual money. It's definitely a psychological thing going with that when you crack the round numbers. It's a psychological thing. Yeah, I think you're right, Ant-Man. I mean, I think one of the things with the Gargle is that, especially now that I'm sitting with 81,000 chips, I think I just need to let other people do the action and just, you know, be willing to call off with my big hands, but not much else, right? And I don't necessarily think this is one where I need to be pushing the action too much when I'm out of position. I think I should be attacking the table when I'm in position, but I mean, at this point, I can almost certainly even just fold into the money. I mean, I could probably sit out and make the money at this point. Not that that's what I want to do, but That's obviously a hand I could open on the button. A little bit weaker than I like. And again, in this spot, I don't necessarily think I need to put my stack at risk in marginal spots, even when I'm in position. I do need to push my edge a little bit, and I do need to be the one to, because that's how deep stacks, that's how a big stack is supposed to work. But another one I should probably have opened, but yeah, things are dropping pretty quickly at this point. I want to see a flop with my suited queen. Obviously, it wasn't the flop I wanted to see with my suited queen, but no, it was the same thing. I mean, it was either way. I think it was the right move either way, given I was in position with the stacks I had against the stacks they were sitting with. So, Kint Card just took over the lead against me. But we're down to 14 players remaining, so 5 to go to the money. Thank you. Yeah, I think the shove. I mean, obviously, I think there's other ways you could play it there. You don't have to shove there, but I think that given the other stacks and given the situation I was in, I actually think I'm going to shove and get that through quite a bit. So, I'm obviously not getting it through an ace king, but ace jack I probably am, right? So. Get rid of the 10-4. So the top 3 stacks are all 70,000 and above, and then we got 59,000 for fourth and down from there. So the little guys are going to have to be doing something soon. We've got small stacks with less than a big blind, or with less than 10 big blinds. Quite a few of them actually. At this point, the small stack's got like 4 now. Second stack's got like 6, 7. Got some backdoor straight options happening here. That's one of the cards we needed for our backdoor straight. think I'm bluffing at this. Because I don't think I ever win that pot. Unless, I mean, I might. I mean, 6 or 9 high might be good there. Doesn't seem like it is very often. Putting in the raise here just because Kent Carr is asleep, frankly. And I figured I could steal the blinds. I wouldn't. I mean, it's a suited hand, so it's not a terrible one to raise on the button, but. That's certainly a good flop for our hand. I'm going to check it back and see if he decides to bet into me. I don't think he ever has two spades here because he bets that on the flop, I think. He probably does have an ace sometimes. But of course, I'm ahead of a bare ace at this point, so I'm calling behind. And I think we've got the pot here when we call. I mean, obviously I'm never raising, but I don't think I'm ever folding either. Huh, wow, two hands with queen deuce. What are the odds of that? That seems pretty absurd. We were both trapping each other with the same hand there, I think. We're both trying to trap each other with the same hand there. So, think my ace high is actually good here, a fair amount, and my 10s and 5s with the ace kicker are now good here quite a bit, I think. I'm not sure how good they are to a shove. I mean, is this ever ace-king? Can't be ace-king given the previous action. I mean, we had just a... I mean... King 9, I suppose. King 9's more likely, actually. Not ace-king, King 9. So we're hand for hand now. I'm 3 of 11. Well, 3 of 10 at this point, I think. Yeah, 3 of 10. 4 of 10, I guess. So looks like we're going to cash our third tournament today, which is awesome. That is awesome. I don't think my Queen 10 has any value here, really. Oh, still bubble time. Still bubble time in the gargle. Oh my gosh, I am muted. I was muted. I'm back on now. Yeah, it's easy enough to. It's certainly easy enough to do. I don't want to cough in your guys' ears, so I tend to mute if I feel a cough coming on or a sneeze coming on or something. So. Alrighty, so we flop top pair. Which I think we're betting into since it was a checked or a limped preflop. And I think we're calling off his shoves if he shoves this time, because I think our ace-9 is the best hand here. And I think we're putting more value in. That should let me put in a pot-sized bet on the river. Ish. Ooh, less than a pot-sized bet, I thought. But that's okay, because he's got less of a stack than I do. But I guess at this point, do I need to put myself at risk at this point by value betting? I can certainly be behind in some cases here, so I think I'll just check behind. Wow, how is he calling me off there with King 9? Yeah, we're in the money anyways. And I've got a stack. I don't actually, did I miss something on that hand? I mean, I guess he's got the nut nothing, sort of, with the king, but yeah, that was kind of weird. That was kind of a weird hand. Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, true enough. It does clash. One of the points that I have to make is that I'm semi-retired now, so I don't actually have a day job anymore. I'm not completely retired in the sense that I don't work anymore. I still have to work for a living, but the work that I do is mostly work from home now. So I pretty much have the flexibility to do the work when I'm not playing poker, and play poker when the games are good, if that makes sense. So that's a super. I'm super lucky in that regard, compared to many people. So, but yeah, normally like back when I had a day job, the idea of playing on Unibet just wasn't even really conceivable for me, because the only time I could actually play was times that turned out to be the middle of the night for Unibet's main clientele. And there's very few games. I mean, if you start looking now to get into games now at this stage, which is when I would start thinking about being off work when I had a day job, from here until like midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning my time, so for the next 8 hours or so, I don't know why I just folded fives there. That was because I'm talking and telling a story. But but yeah, so from this point on, for the next 8 hours or so, the games are really sparse to find on there. Other than the free rolls and things like that, it's you're looking at singularities that have a field of 10 players in them and things like that at this point. So it really is not a very good field for Canadians to play after work. But if you don't go to a job during the day, it is a really good field for Canadians to play, I think. Speaking of waking up at around midnight, Ant-Man, that's actually one of the things I plan to do at some point down the road, is run a stream throughout my nighttime. So start around midnight, which I'm thinking is when the early day tournaments for the European markets start, and then play through the night and the early morning my time, and catch some of the day action. Final table. Yeah, I think that actually makes some sense with the ace-9 there. And you're right, he is like limping tons. He is like limping tons, so. I mean, I'm guessing he wouldn't have called a shove or any bet on the river when I make it, but I don't know because I don't really think he should have been calling the flop or the turn with a king at that point. He didn't even really have draws to speak of, so I don't know. And there we have it. We're down to 5. We've laddered up to 122 now. No, laddered up to 162 now. Guaranteed. It's Dave and Nick or Kintcar that we're going to need to be focusing on now. They're the ones with the chips. Now is when I have to start getting a bit more aggressive, I think. But equally, I don't really need to be putting myself at risk before Flip Kelney or Bogmus put themselves at risk, because it would be silly to do so. Another break coming up. Let's see what the flop brings with our suited ace. We do have a gut shot straight draw. But I don't think we're going to continue with just a gut shot and nothing else on this board. So we'll let these two big stacks fight it out. I was going to set us off to commercials, but I think we need to finish this handout. So I hit my straight, but I don't think even the straight's any good at this point, frankly. I think there's clubs out there. I think there's, I mean, it might have been an ace-queen that was betting crazy pre-flop, but yeah, there's obviously big hands here. Wow. Wow. What a that was a weird hand. Anyways, I'm going to send us off to break and we'll be back.
Every Sunday night on ABC, live adventure with two forces that defend a nation's security. First, board America's most amazing submarine, the Seaview, for a perilous voyage to the bottom of the sea.
I never felt a current like this before. Even full speed astern doesn't stop us.
Then Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. portrays Inspector Lou Erskine of the FBI.
You've got more important things on your docket than...
Then what? Man has got some rights, Art. And among them is the right to be brought to trial alive.
This is the FBI. Come out with your hands above your heads.
Watch stories dramatized from closed cases of the FBI. Every Sunday, watch 2 hours of adventure in color. Voyage to the bottom of the sea and the FBI on ABC. Every Monday night, the action is here on ABC. First, see a deadly struggle fought at 12 o'clock high.
I'm going to set us on a collision course.
Here he comes! Next, the most notorious brothers in our nation's history. With his brother Frank, he became part man, part myth. But who really knew him? Watch the legend of Jesse James. Now meet the man they called Shenandoah.
And sometimes a face seems so familiar, I feel I'm right on the edge of remembering and...
Without a memory or a past, he rode a dangerous trail, searching for the man he had once been, before he became a man called Shenandoah. Every Monday night, watch 12 o'clock high, The Legend of Jesse James and A Man Called Shenandoah on ABC.
Honey West has been brought to you by
ABC, where I'll be seeing you in the FBI in color. I'm Ephraim Zimbalist Jr., inviting you to join me every Sunday night.
What in the world is a detergent-based shampoo doing with your lovely cosmetics? Most leading shampoos are basically synthetic detergent. Not Breck. Breck is the natural formula shampoo. It cleans, shines, manages, but never overcleans. What do you want with detergent hair when you can have beautiful hair by Breck?
You're about to see the reason why new Breck Hair Set Mist is better than other leading hairspray. Other hairsprays drip. They're wet and runny. They can soak your hair, drag out the curl, leave hair stiff and lacquery. But not Breck. Its new filtered formula starts holding before the others even get dry. Which would you choose?
New Breck Hair Set Mist with a filtered formula.
Honey, you're so beautiful. No wonder guys flip over you.
Oh, Sam, you're so sweet. I hear the viewers here in Dallas-Fort Worth are flipping over the great Friday night lineup on WFAA-TV Channel 8.
Like, for instance?
Well, the evening starts in color with the Stone Age antics of the Flintstones. Then another color program, Tammy, starring Debbie Watson. After Tammy is the ghoulishly funny Addams Family, followed by our program, Honey West. You know the kind of fun we have. Absolutely all right. Bruce, he's in there.
Oh, some watchdog you are. Half cat, half chicken.
Following our adventures, you'll see Inger Stevens in The Farmer's Daughter. Then comes a musical treat, The Jimmy Dean Show.
Hey, that's a good evening of television entertainment. Anything else?
Lots more, and it fills out a perfect evening. Then stay tuned for the Channel 8 report with Bob Gooding, Dale Milford, and Woody Van Dyke on Channel 8, Dallas, Fort Worth.
Alrighty, we're back. Three of 5 in the Gargle Blaster. Make that 3 of 4 in the Gargle Blaster. Guaranteed 223. That means we are guaranteed to end up over $50 on our bankroll. Sweet. Sweet, sweet, sweet. We've been guaranteed to be over 50 for a while now, but we could actually push ourselves over the 100 euros won as well if we go up a little bit. We're not quite there yet at 223. That'll put us at 98 and change, just under 99. So we need to go up another couple of spots here, but if we can get in fourth, or sorry, if we get in first or second, we'll be over 100 euros as well. So that would be kind of cool. Over 100 euros won. Yeah, that FBI stuff is, I mean, that looks just astonishing, right? And it's in color too, which, you know, they all right, so 3 of 3 in the Gargle Blaster. No laddering up left. We are putting our money in with nines. Putting our money in the middle with the nines. Yeah, we should have been involved in this one too. I need to. I don't adjust quickly enough when we get down to like three-handed and two-handed play, and we're short-handed, and I need to be able to adjust quicker to get into pots with a wider range. Yeah, the amazing thing about Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. is the junior part makes you realize there's actually two people in the world named Ephraim Zimbalist, which is astonishing. This Honey West show, I've never seen Honey West. And actually, until I saw these previews for it, I didn't even realize, like, I didn't know the show at all. I'd never even heard the name before. And it looks pretty, I don't know. These promos are just so stilted that I love the way they're, you know, it's just like, oh, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but they're just absurdly stilted. I think the whole point of this, getting into this, was to be able to call off. I love the Addams family. I love the Addams family. So we wanted to be able to get in with Kent Carr to see if we could help knock him out. We're going to get out of the way now, and hopefully they haven't hit any piece of this flop. And, oh, I guess they have hit a piece of that flop. It didn't work out nearly the way I'd hoped. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Addams Family. I quite enjoy that show. I don't think I have enough of this to keep going, although I do now that the 5 came on the... That's really the only card, other than a jack maybe, that I'm looking for. I don't even really like the 6 because the 6 still gives other people straights, so. Of course, that gives me the straight on the end, which means I would have been able to double up here, but ooh, I wouldn't have been able to double up there. I would have gotten knocked out by Dabe. I'm not going to call behind this time because 6-3 is just way too weak, and I'm not going to hit anything with that, so. I wish Kintkar would just get out of the way, frankly. Huh. At least we split that one. Flop the gut shot. Backdoor spades. Hit the gut shot and hit the spades. Cool. Ooh, hit the straight flush. Straight flush. Holy crap, straight flush. I'm sure that was a straight flush. I'm not seeing that, am I? I wasn't seeing things there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of spades. That is a straight flush, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty happy with that spot. Pretty happy with that spot. Heads up for the Gargo Blaster Nano title now, ladies and gentlemen. Heads up for that Gargo Blaster Nano title. I really wish I should have just shoved this pre-flop, but I don't think he needs to have hit a piece of this flop, frankly. He does anyways, and we're done in second place. I'm okay with second. I would have liked first, obviously. Obviously, first would have been better. But I'm okay with second. For 427 and 100 euros in the bankroll, 50 euros in the max bankroll and current bankroll, or 100 euros in the total win column. Let's just get those numbers updated on the stream. 427 for the Gargo Blaster. Ooh, not 427. That was too much. 4.27. There we go. There we go. It's a brief moment there where these stream numbers went insane for a second, and then they dropped back to normal. So we just clicked over the $100 total winnings now. 100 euros and 31 cents. Came pretty close to that, Shopper. Came pretty close to that. 214 euros. That's a great score. That is a great score. I mean, I think I probably busted this tournament in a way that I didn't need to bust them, frankly. And I got a little bit lucky here in this hand, obviously, when I shove over top of them and hit straight flush, although I hit straight before that, so it was, So that puts us heads up. Yeah, I always got to love the straight flush. Got to love the straight flush. This is the hand I probably didn't need to get all the chips in here, but I also felt like he doesn't need to be he could easily be on weaker aces for this. He can be on things like king queen, king jack, being that we're heads up, and think that he's betting the best hand there. Obviously, I think this is a little, it's probably a little loose on my part, but I'm not terribly unhappy given the spot that I was in, and I think I probably would have preferred to have shoved that pre-flop, but yeah, I'm happy with second. I mean, I'm obviously not. I'd obviously had preferred first, but I'm happy enough there with second. I'm happy enough to admit that it was in part thanks to Run Good, but I also put myself in the right spots at the right times and played some hands very well, I think. So yeah, that's a hell of a day. We're up over 100 euros. We're about to see the bankroll spike for a second when I add the numbers in. I think that should look pretty funny when it does, because I put in instead of putting in 4 euro 27, I put in 427 euros first, which was cool. Well, thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with me today. I think I'm going to call it a day, though. This is what have we been on here for? We've been on for like 4.5 hours. I think that's a decent stream. Put in some profit. We let's see here. We spent 205, including the €1 ticket that we used, and we won 586. So pretty good day overall. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by, and hope we see y'all again. Looking forward to playing on the weekends. Ciao.